All right, we are going. We're going. Welcome to day 3 of the draft live stream. Let's have some fun. Let's see some dynasty picks. Let's see some running backs go. Let's just have some fun today. The running backs and where they go is going to be the most interesting thing today. Who is the Cowboys? Who is the Chargers? Who is the Giants running back? Going to be unbelievable. Unbelievable to see with the receivers. We're already up to 29 odd fantasy relevant players that have been picked. Obviously, you had your run on round 1. A lot of receivers though on day 2. A lot of receivers on day 2. Should be incredible. Should be awesome. See who you guys are excited about to see go on day 3. Let me know. For me, it's honestly Spencer Rattler. I want to see my guy Spencer Rattler. I want to see some of the quarterbacks go. I want to see these next crop of players that are in line to start an NFL game. Look at the amount of starters in the NFL the last 2 years. We're talking 60 plus players, 64 plus players. It's insane. It is unbelievable. And I look at a team even like the Seahawks, the start of the draft today. I look at a team like the Giants, of course. Down the board, the Raiders. Those are all quarterback, really Spencer Rattler type teams that I think could make some noise in Dynasty. Could make a lot of noise. A lot. Yo, what's up, Theo? How we doing? If Franklin goes to the Broncos or Wright goes to the Cowboys, where are you taking in rookie drafts? That's a really good question. I think they're right in the thick of the round 2 conversation. I think at this point, we're already into the middle of round 3 in terms of the sheer quantity of players that have been picked. But I think in terms of spots and differentiation of the opportunity, and even in a Franklin, the connection, I'm really looking. Glad you mentioned Franklin. It's Franklin who I'm hoping he goes to the Broncos with their pick here in round 4. Then I want to see Tez Walker go at 103 or 110 with Drake May there, along with obviously they got Polk. I'm really intrigued by that. I think both of those guys at receiver, they would be factoring in gut instinct around that 207, 208, 209. And then with Jaylen Wright, though, the Cowboys, I think you could argue him being right there, if not maybe a little bit higher. Second round, I hate saying drafting for need, but when you look at the sheer amount of potential receivers that all are going to be clustered, and then if there's a game, if it's a game of musical chairs and running backs, an opportunity. I mean, we've only seen a couple that you really love. It's interesting with Blake Corum. Obviously, he would go above Blake Corum, really Jaylen Wright or any Cowboys running back here on day 3. Yep, I'm hoping Tez, hoping for some good news with Tez, for sure. I think, and then it's just more good news for Drake. People sleeping on the Patriots being this offseason's version of a Texans light. I really believe that. Really believe that. So should be interesting. Who's going to kick off? Is it Dawn Upon again, or they got a huge stage? Okay, what we got going? Yep. Thank you, Detroit. Thank you, Dawn Upon. Panthers at 101. Could they go receiver? I figure, I mean, why not? In a way, I wouldn't be surprised if they go receiver here. If they go, maybe not Tez, maybe not Troy Franklin. Obviously, they've already got my guy Xavier Legette. Where to rank rookie quarterbacks? That's the $1 million question. That's what everybody's asking for. I know it's going to be super icy hot with me saying Drake May is still my number 2. He's still my number 2. That it's Jaden Daniels, and I think that's a firm, I would say, tier kind of cutoff. I think the top 3 guys. Then you got JJ McCarthy. and the next group of three, so to speak. It's J.J. McCarthy. I think Bo Nix is right there as potentially, not potentially, I'm saying I think QB 5 in terms of the early opportunity, but Michael Penix, you could argue at him at the top of that next group of three because he's not really going to have that initial downside risk of being irrelevant or the community being even a year from now or another Kirk injury away of, oh, well, he hasn't done anything to really hurt his stock. And people think of, they're going to talk about, oh, well, the sit plan, I know it's totally different. I hate how it's been likened to, the Alex Smith, Pat Mahomes situation, the Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers situation. But people are going to convince themselves. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I think it's fair. He's sitting and he's learning, and he's obviously a vet. It's going to be weird whenever he does start because it is going to be almost like a, not quite Brandon Weeden-esque, but we're talking about a guy that's going to be 25, give or take, 26. And he potentially starts his first NFL game, which is interesting. It's not really everybody's cup of tea, I feel like. You think about those top three quarterbacks, they're right in that thick of the top 3, 4, 5 of your draft. And then the next group of quarterbacks, I would position them not too dissimilar to how, the NFL draft kind of played out with, got the 3 receivers. They really figure in. They're definitely, I would put them ahead of those next group of 3 quarterbacks, just in terms of obviously the prospect. And then I think they all still have that opportunity to be really elite potential rookie production years. All capable, I think, of a Garrett Wilson-esque season. I know in relative, it's varying degrees of situations. So then you're looking at guys that retain wide receiver 1 in Dynasty type values. And then Brock Bowers, you want to put him above the quarterbacks, that next group of 3. I understand that. I think people are, initial gut reaction, it looks gross. I think it's only gross in the sense that it's Michael Mayer who's really stocked down. He's really arguably the biggest loser of the draft so far with Brock Bowers going to the Raiders. So we're talking already now 3 plus 3 plus 1 plus another 3. Your whole first round. Plus, we haven't even talked about the other receivers. But for me, it's that quarterback valuation, the quarterback swing. All these guys got top 12, top 3rd, effectively, of the NFL draft capital. Fringe top 10, all but one of the 6. So I want to take those shots, especially if I'm in that earned mid-late first as a playoff team. And if I'm in position to get a Worthy, a Ladd, a Keon Coleman, and I really need receiver, for example, then I'm totally cool making that pick over a quarterback. But if I'm especially if I'm in that back end, and I won the chip or fell a little bit short, the quarterback swing is so enticing to me with one of those 3. And then look, if you're one of those playoff teams that missed out because you didn't really get past the first round because you didn't really have quarterbacks, it's another really important case, solid case to be made to draft one of those next to 3 quarterbacks. Jatavian Sanders to kick off to the Panthers. Okay. Already kicking off pretty hot. Let's go. Jatavian Sanders to the Carolina Panthers. That's already a win in Dynasty. We'll take that. We'll take that. There's no one else really there already. Jatavian Sanders. Let's go. Intriguing. It's more wheels up for Bryce Young. If anyone needed more indication. But yeah, you can get May at 105, 107 in rookie drafts. Where the price is at, I think, yeah, Drake May, he's going to be my number 1 easy, clear value right now in drafts. Easy value. Overlook the second the third overall pick, I guess. My effectively second in Dynasty. I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible. And yep, nice. I like up a trade. Broncos going ahead of, who did they just jump? Was it the Broncos ahead of the Commanders? Is this Troy Franklin? Are we going to see Theo? Is this going to be Mr. Franklin himself? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So they gave up a huge haul. I think it's got to be for Troy Franklin. What are they going to say on the broadcast? Who are they thinking? Fifth, sixth. Wide receiver, the first. Yeah, got to be Franklin. That's what we hope. That'll be awesome. Awesome start. Awesome start if it's Sanders, Troy Franklin, and then the Patriots go Tez Walker. Come on. Let's go. Let's get this. Let's get some top of day 3, but very much potential round 2 players. All right. All right, who's it going to be? With? Oh, it was the Seahawks. That's right. The Seahawks were picking. Okay. All right. Yep, let's go. Troy Franklin, already a banner start. What a start to day 3. I know it's technically outside the top 100, but who's to say it's not better than, well, the Eagles if he went at 50. I know the Eagles didn't pick there, but original Eagles picks 50, 53, 78. This is where spot becomes really, really important. This relative draft capital, if you're talking pick 59, for example, versus 102, but it's the spot, the opportunity, and then it's the connection with Bo Nix, dude. Wheels up for now, Bo Nix. Huge, 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 huge. Awesome. Wheels up, wheels up. Yeah, let's go. You were calling it, Theo. Let's see if I call my shot. See if I call my shot. Mr. Tez at 103 here. Although, look, if he doesn't go here, they could easily do at number 110. And this is just to be clear. I haven't even been really the biggest Troy Franklin guy throughout this process. Even Theo, I mean, people know even at the combine, initial already formed opinion there. This really changes it though. This is as ideal as it could have been, I think, for Troy Franklin. I mean, would have effectively the range where I think he would have gone, but he's going to team up with his college quarterback. And so that's special. That is special. Makes him so much more viable, potentially early, often. Sweet. It is sweet. It is incredible. Let's see it with Tez now. Let's see it with Tez. I went through it yesterday on the yesterday stream. There aren't really combinations other than, look, the Bears maybe go a Taj Washington or a Brendan Rice later, but look, then that's wide receiver 4 at that point. So that's not really super, super, super intriguing. Franklin is in your top 10, but love the fit. Yeah. No, I mean, it's very fair. I think he's bordering. He's never really in that firm top 10, but he's right. He's right in that second round group, potential candidate in your rookie drafts. And it just speaks to the strength. A guy that's not top 10, but you're going to get this type of situation. Incredible. It's incredible. People are going to make some tough decisions where they're going to rethink, look, process of, oh, just let me trade, re-roll. Really interesting situations, and I don't think can really bet at all on the receiver depth being what it is this year, carrying over next year. The quarterback, I can tell you this, 6 are not going to go in the top 12 next year. I don't even know if half that is going to go in the top 12 next year. I think that's probably the initial over-under. You always think one quarterback goes to overall or top 3. That's interesting in and of itself, but running back is where next year's class completely outdoes, I think, this year. That's about it. All right, who do we have with the New England Patriots here? Okay. Charles Davis saying you got to do everything possible to give Jacoby Brissett a chance first. I don't think that's how it has to work, Charles. Okay, they Layden Robinson. All right. Give me an offensive lineman for Drake. Let's go. 2023, I'll take a second team All SEC guy. I will take a second team All SEC every day of the week. Excellent first step quickness. Really good eyes. I'll take that. Cardinals here, picking Trey Benson. Look, I think that's an awesome pick for him. Basically, an end of a second type. I mean, almost top 65 effectively. Trey Benson, I think, clearly RB2 at this point behind Jonathan Brooks. With a chance to really start, I think, or at least have we'll say a meaningful role with Mr. James Conner there. All right. Patriots at 110. I want to see Tez Walker. I want to see it's a great Tez Walker opportunity. So we've got Cardinals, Chargers, Titans. I could see the Titans picking a receiver. Titans possibly at receiver. And Ian Rappaport saying the focus shifts to Courtland Sutton. So does Courtland Sutton get traded? Then Troy Franklin, wide receiver 1, potentially? I think he's immediately above Marvin Mims in terms of relevancy in the Dynasty landscape. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Cardinals pick is in. We've got... When do we have Dallas? Dallas. All right, Dallas doesn't even have a pick in this round. That's interesting. Okay. All started with Marvin Harrison Jr. It did. It did. See who they had right. Talking about Tip. Talk about tight end pick. Tip Ryman. Really interesting. Really, really interesting pick there. Okay. Cardinals, talking about stocking up, loading up on picks. They are insane. Insane. All right. Chargers still on the clock. They a receiver team again. Double dip. Peter Schrager talking about how the Cardinals trading back out of 4 never really made sense given the picks they already have in this draft, which I think is fair if you're going to add 10, 12, 13, 14 guys. All right. I know we're going to see some NFL Global type stuff today. Going to be seeing picks made on the Eiffel Tower or something of that nature. No more Michigan men for Jim to grab. Yeah, that's true. That's true. He's struggling. He's struggling with what to do. Probably looking to trade out. But here we go. Who's the newest member? Adrian Taylor Demerson. All right. Okay. Trying to think, Michigan players. I mean, he could go AJ Barner, a tight end. I could see it. Did I low-key call it here? AJ Barner, a tight end. Maybe a guy that no one saw coming, but could be fantasy relevant. Possibly. Let's see. Michigan guys in the secondary. Obviously, there was Sanders still. Interior. Your guys picked a couple guys already. Yeah, Michigan. I think it's got to be AJ Barner if he's the only guy left. All right, so Sanders Franklin. That makes it, I believe, we're already over 30 players, fantasy players, effectively drafted. We're at 31. So we're only 5 away until we're really talking round threes, effectively. And then spot obviously will dictate a lot. Once we get to, I think, 50, 52, 53, 55, which I think is very well possible and going to happen. Talking 1 and 5. This draft, it makes sense. I mean, it's going to have to be a lot of players. That's effectively 2 more rounds of fantasy relevant guys that go today, which I think it's possible with the amount of receivers, a couple quarterbacks, still a host of tight ends. That Sanders pick, though, is really interesting for the Panthers because talk about a guy that's really a pass catching weapon first. Really interesting. I mean, they've got, of course, they added Leggett. They've got Deontay Johnson there. Got Adam Thielen, who I think will play a role, still be a veteran presence there. And then it's now Jonathan Brooks in the backfield. You get a Jatavian Sanders, I think clear tight end 1 there. Liking what it means for Bryce. Maybe start to pick up some offensive linemen. Just take some shots here. They picked a guy. They picked a guy, Chandler Zavala, last year, really good, highly thought of. Then he was out for the year early, I think preseason or maybe early season ending injury. All right, Justin Ebiogi or Oigby. Okay. All right. Titans here, I think they're a candidate to take receiver. They are a candidate to take receiver for sure. Because they're a team that was rumored to be considering at the top of the draft anyway. With first team All SEC, the 4th. Yeah, that sounds like pretty good value. He saw him in the Rose Bowl. So I think Harbaugh, if there's no more Michigan, it probably defaults to Bama, who gave him a run for their money in the Rose Bowl, and then probably going to be some potential Washington players. Pick is in for the Titans. Then we're going to back to the Giants. So the Giants, look, I would love to see the Giants go Rattler. I would like to see them go Rattler here. And then throw into Malik Neighbors possibly sooner rather than later. Bills up. Come on. Or look, if not Rattler, I'd love to see Jaylen Wright go there, Theo. Talking about the Cowboys. I think with the Cowboys, it's just weird the amount of guys they might have and cheer. Not that any of them are particularly good, but Royce Freeman added to Dowdle. Got Zeke coming back, which is interesting. I feel like for some reason or another, I mean, they would just use him in probably more of a capacity than people would hope as a fantasy manager. A Dynasty, I mean, it just, at this point, the draft capital, let me just even see where the Cowboys even, where their next pick is. It's round 5, round 6, or 6, round 5. What do we? So if we're talking a Cowboys pick that isn't even going to be a top 150 running back at this point, that's going to be interesting. People, how you wrestle with that. I mean, it's not ideal for sure. It's not ideal. How they passed up Marshawn Lloyd, that was beyond me. And then the Packers make a smart move and grab him. Speaking of Marshawn Lloyd, I'm actually doing a bit of a 180. The initial gut reaction was really gross. But look, Aaron Jones-esque role or potential committee this year, who knows? If he performs to the level that he's capable of, it could really mean bad for Josh Jacobs and his almost weird, untrue 4-year contract that they gave him. $48 million. It's really not the case if they just decide to effectively cut ties after this year. So then it would be really interesting a spot for a Marshawn Lloyd. It becomes totally different. That's the important thing. Context note where we stand here. Things can look really bad on draft day, but so much is still to be happened. We're months away from football being played, week 1, and when it counts even. So a lot can happen. A lot can happen. A lot good for guys that you might be getting in that mid, second, third round, where you might be hitting home runs based on how the value looks now, situation looks now compared to what it could be. All right. Titans pick is in. Giants, they got to be mulling Spencer Rattler. I think that's what's got to be going on here. Okay. They've only had 2 picks thus far. That's right. They haven't really been too forward. So I think receiver here is absolutely in play. I would like to see Malik Washington here. I think that would be interesting. They've got Ridley, they've got D-Hop, they've got a Treylon Burks profile. That's a guy that's a little bit smaller, but I think could be a really, really good slot weapon. Okay. Got with the Titans. What do we got? Cedric Gray. Okay, linebacker. All right. You could arguably say a team landing spot that's not completely sexy for receiver. Situation averted a little bit. All right. Cedric Gray. Now we got the Giants. This is where, look, the pick isn't even in. Something weird's going on. Okay. Here we go. The pick is in for the Giants now. They're going to pan to Rappaport here. They're going to pan to Ian Rappaport to say, the run has stopped. Theo Johnson. They're showing Theo Johnson still yet to go. That would be interesting spot for him. I'd like to see, look, maybe he goes to like the Dolphins later today. Oh, well, I guess they're leaking. They're kind of foreshadowing on purpose here because little pick leak here with Rapp saying Waller's status firmly up in the air as he considers retirement. They take Theo Johnson here. That's a fantasy relevant pick. It's a very fantasy relevant pick. Hey, it's a guy that could take a little bit of a role to maybe free up a Malik Neighbors target in a game. Theo Johnson. All right. All of a sudden, let's build up the Giants offense a little bit. Let's do that. The Vikings. Do the Vikings go a Cornelius Johnson? JJ McCarthy's teammate, who I guess the Chargers could have picked. I forgot about him. Cornelius Johnson, a receiver. Michigan guy. I think the Falcons coming up. They're a team to watch, I think, for a receiver. Or maybe not. Considering, look, if you bring in Mooney, they bring in Rondale Moore. It's the Patriots at 110, though. I really think receivers got to be in play there. It's got to be in play with potential Tez Walker. Tez Walker to pair up with Drake May. Let's make it happen, New England. Come on. Yeah, you got Rap Sheet. Excuse me. All right. Oh, they sat out. I guess, yeah, that's right. The Vikings did not make a single pick yesterday. Vikings not well received in Detroit. Surprise, surprise. Dave Kellogg? I'm sorry, who is Dave Kellogg? A Vikings fan only since you were 6 years old? Bandwagon. Who is he supporting the first 5 years? Yeah, the Waller retirement seems more and more. I mean, if Rappaport's reporting it, I mean, it just seems like it's looming. Although you could argue it's just relevant because of for the pick, just drumming up controversy for clicks or for relevancy in this draft. But it seems, look, he's got a lot going on. It seems like in his personal life. I mean, going through a divorce. Got a feel for the guys. A lot to weigh on his mind, I'm sure. But it opens up a window for Theo Johnson, nonetheless. All right. Curious to see. It looks like Schefter's a little bit asleep at the wheel with tweets today. What's he cooking up? Is he getting like a direct line into a potential trade? Let's see. Kyrie Jackson to the Vikings. I think that's an interesting pick. I think seems like just a real solid guy that could outperform draft capital. Big time role at Oregon. All right, the Falcons. Come on. I want to see Tez Walker to the Patriots. Come on. Although it would maybe spell bad for my guy Jalen Polk. That Patriots going to think. I think that's where they're going too. Shadowing it with, if not 103, 110, just makes too much sense. Makes too much sense. Atlanta doubling up quarterback. A triple. They're going to put 3 on the field at once. Who is this guy? Alexandros? These guest drafters, it gets in that time where you don't know really any of them. it's just they have the tagline of a celebrity or some way, shape, or form. Okay, he's a German. All right, they're drumming up. Yeah, they've expanded to Germany, NFL Germany, with some games this past year. Brandon Dorless, back-to-back Oregon defenders. I think that's solid. Look, they've prioritized defensive tackle. Okay. Patriots are on the clock. Could this be a Jaylen Wright? Could this be a Jaylen Wright spot? I know it's weird. I mean, they've got guys there. Ramondre. I know they got Antonio Gibson. He's talking about, oh, they're showing Brandon Dorless basically pressuring and hitting Michael Penix, his teammate now. That's interesting. Pick is in for the Patriots. Come on. Pick is in. Yeah, they did take Row. Clemson player. Clemson. Come on. We got Jets. I think picking Corley puts them out of potential receiver territory. I think I'm looking at the Raiders as a Spencer Rattler team. I would love to see the Raiders get Rattler. I would love that. Love it. Looking, might be a little bit of, or the Ravens. So the Ravens at receivers I think that's a possibility. What is this? The entire German, like a German every pick? Javon Baker, not Tez Walker. Interesting. Interesting. It's good for Drake May though. It's a minimum. It's minimum good for Drake May. Yeah, that's interesting. Baker over Walker for them. I guess. Look, they're in that same, I think, prospect tier. I just thought you got your quarterback. Really, I mean, I think he loves Tez Walker. Drake May does. So interesting there. It looks like we're not going to get that double up on Franklin and Nix, and then Tez Walker to Drake May. Interesting. Look, still, I think, solid opportunity for Javon Baker. Solid opportunity. So I think that maybe puts them out of the receiver landscape for a little bit, or for the foreseeable rest of this draft, possibly. Then you're looking at Polk and Javon Baker. Could they be the top two for years to come? Drake May grows into the potential of being one of the best quarterbacks, one of the best fantasy possible relevant quarterbacks in a few years from now. And then looking at this draft, possibly the 2 receivers that he gets could be very nice values in the late second, early third. I think Polk's easily in that early mid second at this point. I think Baker, look, he might as well. In theory, it's equal opportunity for both. No one really has the edge coming into this blank slate. Got rookie mini camp. You'll have training camp, preseason. And don't wish injuries on anybody, but who knows then injuries, how they come into play. Obviously, you've got Bourne back there, but he's coming off of the ACL injury. For the Packers here, there's no way the Packers I just don't think the Packers go with a receiver. They already shocked the world picking a running back. It's the Raiders, though. The Raiders. Come on. Give us a Spencer Rattler, top 120. I'm curious to see who my Eagles get. Remind me, is that picture just because you're a big A-Chain guy, or are you a Dolphins guy, too? As far as NFL team allegiance goes. We're at pick 111. How many more? So we go to 135 in this round. All right. It's really Tez Walker, Malik Washington. We're already into approaching wide receiver 20 at this point. A lot of options, a lot of options. When do we see the RBs, though? When do we see running back? When in the world do we see running back? Okay. So Anthony Gould, Jacob Cowing. Jacob Cowing's a guy I really am intrigued to see where he goes today. Jamari Thrash, sure. Brendan Rice. Still haven't seen Brendan Rice. It's Jaylen Wright, Tyron Tracy, Will Shipley, Braylon Allen, Isaac Guerrero, Isaiah Davis, my favorites. Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving, too. Does Bucky Irving... Look, the Chargers can still make some really interesting picks. Oh, man. Jesus. Rap sheet tweeting about Brendan Rice. Best friends funeral. Jesus. All right, back to the Packers. Go, Pack, go. What is this guy? Some British dude? It really emphasizes NFL Global today. Another Oregon defender. Are you kidding me? Oregon defensive run here. Wow. All right, Raiders, come on. Spencer Rattler season. Spencer Rattler season. Let's go. Come on, Raiders. The Raiders. The Raiders. Pick 112. Then do the Raiders go Rattler here, and then the Ravens go Brendan Rice? I would love that. Love that. Or Tez Walker. Totally different, more physical, a way bigger receiver, different profile than obviously Zay Flowers there. The upside, what really is it? I mean, it's not really wide receiver 2. I feel like in Dynasty, that's what Zay Flowers effectively is right now. In terms of his opportunity, is really the wide receiver 1 there. So, potential guy they pick at 113. It's really going to be a complimentary role. We go Rich Eisen, steal my thunder, but it's not. It's DeCamerion Richardson. All right. Still gotta wait for Spencer Rattler. I see the Seahawks coming up. I know they traded for Sam Howell, so that's interesting. Okay. Pick is in for the Ravens. Let's go. We're getting the pace going. We're getting the pace moving. Love to see it. Love to see the pace. I went 100 straight picks without a quarterback, only 8th time ever. Well, when all of them go in the top 12, it's bound to happen, I guess. Think about how crazy that is compared to the Kenny Pickett 2021 class. Unreal. There we go. There we go. Interesting. Call a little bit of a call there with Tez Walker to the Ravens. I like that. I like the fit. I don't think the upside isn't maybe insane, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe he's what they hoped Odell would be. All right. A very relevant landing spot. A relevant landing spot. R. Jackson throwing it to him. All right. Like that. Like that. Another receiver off the board. So we're getting real close to rounding out the top 30, 36 skill players. We're not even going to get the time we get to pick 150. Let's even reduce that. Let's look the rest of this round, which goes to 135. So 4th round or better players. I think the Eagles, we take a receiver for sure. I think we take a receiver with one of these 3 picks that we have. Look, the Chiefs, I think, are candidates to take another one. I think the Bills are a candidate to double dip. The Texans could even pick one. The Bucs did yesterday. The Niners have already. Steelers took their guy, Roman Wilson, really nice value there. The Bengals, maybe Bengals, but they seem set to hold on to the T. Higgins. In terms of running back, though, who do we have as a running back team? Don't really love. Not looking good for running backs. It's really not. If it is, if one does go, not loving that. I guess actually the Bucs. The Bucs are a team. They are a team. You know, on Twitter it's like, oh, Rachaad White owner surviving. Look, if it's Jaylen right there, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Really, really interesting. I know I've seen in mocks, Braylon Allen mock to the Bucs a lot of times. So look, he's very different to Rachaad White. So could they coexist? I think absolutely. I would like to see. I'd like to see honestly the Colts coming up at 117. Them going with a Cade Stover, I think would be cool. Going with a tight end. Get AR's true number 1 tight end. Because obviously we've had Sanders go already. It would have been an interesting fit. I mean, they could get both Texas guys would be interesting. But seriously, Colts tight end, I think that would be really, really, really cool. It's pretty much Cade Stover, maybe Eric All, but Eric All has the injury history. I mean, Dallin Holker, I know Daniel Jeremiah loves Tanner McLaughlin. Jaheim Bell, he's kind of those hybrid guys they've already picked, seemingly. Don't think they would go Jaheim Bell. They want really good athletes, too. So if they want a good athlete, I mean, Eric All would be right in that conversation for that. Seen him mocked here before in this range. Running backs, man. The question remains: when and where are the running backs? How about, so we're still waiting on Brendan Rice, Mike Washington. Okay. All right. Pick is in for the Jags. Obviously, they've addressed a Brian Thomas, which that's a nice landing spot for him. I'm really interested to see where he goes. I would have him in that late first round conversation. The quarterbacks just really, really changed what I had previously envisioned. I'd always thought 5. I'd always had 5 in and around situated at that top 12, in your first round. But Bo Nix, I think he's a first round pick for me. I mean, they all are pretty much first round picks. So then 6 plus 3 plus 1 in Brock Bowers, it's at a 10. And I think the next group of receivers, I think people are going to prefer an Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs, which I get the preference if you want. But then really a Keon Coleman to the Bills, a Conkey to the Chargers. Guys are going to leak into the early second, which early seconds stock up. What's the bad about Wright? I don't know if it's anything bad. It's just teams don't value the running back position up here. I mean, it's been relatively. People talk about the NFL, how it's trended. It's just it is odd seeing not seeing him go yet. It really is. It's weird. It just makes you think. And in the game of musical chairs, I mean, teams don't really. Once we got past a couple, this round is kind of tough to find a dance partner. And if it's going to be tough, but then I know one or two going to go a la, Blake Corum, going to go in not so great spots. Be really a handcuff. They're in Ireland. Jags. Stevie Howland. Who's it going to be, Stevie? Don Foster. All right, getting Trevor Lawrence some help. It's good. All right. Bengals, are they a sneaky running back team? I think that would be interesting. Zach Moss. Like you had a Jaylen Wright. I think could really be that pass catcher. Then it's maybe RIP for Chase Brown, possibly. But it's Eric All. Colin tight ends. I was just talking about Eric All to the Colts, but he goes at 115. I've seen him mocked right in this spot. Call him to the Seahawks in my last pre-draft mock. Eric All. Loving it for the Bengals. Like it. People got to love that spot for a tight end. Former Michigan guy. DJ saying, look, teams don't know how to slot him in because of the injuries, but he's a good player. Good player. Eric All had a Jaylen Wright, though. Who had that on the bingo card? All right. Talking about CJ Uzama. That is Charles Davis. Ian Rappaport saying a potential redshirt year as he rehabs from the ACL. Entire redshirt year? I don't know about that, but the Jags right back up. Jordan Jefferson. Part of that vaunted, the really hyped up LSU defense that was awful. That just fueled in some parts a lot of the stats, and maybe not a lot, but a good portion of the stats for Jaden Daniels' neighbors Ryan Thomas based on how quickly they put their offense back onto the field. So they maybe weren't on the field as long as you maybe thought, but just a disaster year. Harold Perkins could be a top pick next year. We'll see, though. I mean, that whole defense has some questions to answer. Pick is in for the Colts. Look, I think Cade Stover. Look, let's get a Cade Stover action. Ohio State guy, Midwest. Keep him in, that greater Midwest area. All right. They say coming up, but when are they going to actually just show the pick? Are we going to have to wait till maybe round 5, round 6? Or then they really do the inner commercial and they just pop up on the screen? We're going to have to do these special announcements each time. That's the question. Okay. Steve Largent. I didn't even know Steve Largent was a Colt. Okay. Oh no, they're just saying notable players selected 117th. Oh. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. I'm looking at my Eagles coming up, man. Let's go Jeremiah Trotter Jr. and then let's go Malik Washington. Let's do it. Okay. I just search. Let me just take a little bit of a perusing Twitter sphere, Dynasty community. Jaylen Wright discourse. All right. Jaylen Wright. What's going on? Tyrone Tracy, and Bucky Irving. We're talking about Bucky Irving too. I mean, a lot of interesting running back carousel to play out. You've got to hope it's Cowboys. You got to hope. I think Giants. They would be the two teams in terms of clear opportunity, easy opportunity that you would hope. All right, pick is in for the Colts. Make it a fantasy relevant title. Let's get some Cade Stover in here. Why not? Also, look, Tanner McLaughlin, way up. Ray Davis, want to see he goes. Jared Wiley. I think Wiley had a really nice workout, so he might check their box for the relative athletic score. Oh, somebody from Cologne. Bjorn Werner. I know he was a player, right? He did play for the Colts. Tanner Bordolini. I think he was a good tester. A good tester at the combine. Seahawks. Let's see Seahawks. Pick is in for the Seahawks. I don't think they're a team that you want to avoid, I think, unless it is Rattler. I would be really intrigued by Rattler here. Really intrigued. I know I'm gonna hear some. They're gonna throw rap sheet or some Schefter tweets gonna bound to happen. If it is Rattler, they're gonna foreshadow. All right, linebacker. Two-time second team All Conference USA. Correct. Got the Steelers coming up here, and then my Eagles. Eagles could be a receiver team for sure. Brendan Rice, potentially. I think Malik Washington would be an interesting fit. Or Jacob Cowing. I'd be really interested with Jacob Cowing of the Eagles. Pick is in for the Steelers. Pick is in. They've had, I think, a decent draft so far. They've really addressed offensive line. So if it's Wilson getting time to throw, or Fields eventually getting time to throw, a running lane or two for a Harris, for a Jaylen Warren. Rowan Wilson, I think, is a really nice. He's a sneaky player in that mid-second that you're going to get nice value. They're all worth. I know people say you got to re-roll or push it to the next year. The context, though, of each pick this year, it's just worth more than it is, or in other years, it would be a much more higher valued pick or equivalent, if that makes sense. Like your early seconds this year are really like late firsts, if not maybe even mid first in some ways. The Dolphins get on the board with the Eagles. Another trade. Are you kidding me? Howie Roseman. He's a sicko. He's a sicko. He just cannot avoid. Okay, so he traded a fourth for a third next year, straight up. I don't hate it. We've got 123 coming up. That's decent. I'll take it. All right. So are we thinking maybe a tight end of the Dolphins? All right. County Kerry. Go Ireland. Select a guard from South Dakota State, Mason McCormick. All right. Two-time first-team All-American at the FCS level. Like a dog. Like a pretty darn good player. Potential good value. I've been talking about offensive line. They are going offensive line after offensive line. Zach Frazier. Who are the Dolphins going to target? Okay. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Lowe's nose. Dolphins at 120. Seattle, I think they're not in the. I mean, the Chicago Bears potentially picking receiver. I could maybe see it. Eagles picking receiver. I can see that. Tampa for Jaylen Wright, though. Tampa for Jaylen Wright or a Braylon Allen. That's what I'm really interested in. I mean, look, Buffalo. Buffalo making a Braylon Allen selection, I think, would be very interesting. Bears going to take Rattler, and he's going to they might make that pick without even putting two and two together right now when it matters. That would be unbelievable. Then you get Caleb Williams. He's been so hyped to go to Chicago, and then you hear about a trade request, and then he creates a list of teams like it's like NBA style. That would be unbelievable. The Bears took Spencer Rattler. They just want to get competition going. Oh my gosh. Spencer Rattler to the Chicago Bears. You are a Chicago Bear. Unbelievable. Would be that would just be unfreaking believable. Gotta start seeing some of these running backs go. I think one goes before the end of this round. I'm looking at Tampa. Tampa to get a Ray Davis would be interesting. I think, you know what? I've been thinking about it. I've discussed it in certain senses before. Liam Cohen coming from Kentucky. Liam Cohen does have experience with Ray Davis. Liam Cohen, the Bucs coordinator, does know Ray Davis. So Ray Davis could be an interesting combo with Rashad White there. And then Buffalo. Look, they've got James Cook, but a Braylon Allen would be interesting. A Braylon Allen would be very interesting for the Buffalo Bills. I mean, the Chiefs could even be a Braylon Allen type team. All right, the Dolphins gave up quite a pick. They're talking about Rattler to the Dolphins? That would be spicy. Tua? Is it Tua's year? Or is it with Rattler now? Not my H. Yeah, you foreshadowing maybe running back here? Running back, just to throw into that. This head case of a room of a speed. All right, what do we got? I'm at a loss for words. I cannot believe. They're sickos. They're actually sickos. Actual sickos. Look, if people can, I think it's maybe a buy low on A-Chain, though. If people are panicking with A-Chain, Potential buy low. They've got Mostert back there for another year or two. This is a sicko move. Theo, oh my God, I'm sorry. So sorry, Theo. Look, I'm still an A-Chain. I still believe in A-Chain for sure. But Jaylen Wright, everyone's favorite. Sleeper early in the process, middle of the process. Oh my God. Look, I think they could get sicko level creative with Hill, Waddle, and then someone out of the slot, one of these running backs. They could do a whole bunch of stuff. They could do a whole bunch of stuff, maybe even two out of the backfield in some formations. It's just so weird. So weird. They're from Borussia Dortmund Stadium. I got Schmelzer. Yeah, McDaniel's too greedy. He's too greedy. Way, way, way too greedy. Like, honestly, you've got 4 guys you can put on the field already, and then you've got your offensive line. AJ Barner to the Seahawks. Sneaky fantasy relevance there with the Seahawks. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. That's right. Mike McDonald coming from he was coming from obviously the Ravens as DC this year, but he's got Michigan connections. He was at Michigan. The Eagles have traded back again. Howie Roseman is sick in the head like Mike McDaniel for effectively for speed, like Theo, like you're alluding to, and it's the Eagles trading back again, but it's only 4 spots, but they get a 5th round pick next year. He's cooking, man. Who let him cook? The Bears. The Bears, man. I would have liked Jaylen Wright to the Bears, to be honest. I would have been really interested by that. Oh, man. Ay, ay, ay. The Bears' last pick. Yeah, this guy's riling him up. I love it. Riling up. Rile him up. The Bears. Going with a punter. Tory Taylor. That's too funny. Classic Bears. Classic. All right. All right. Howie Roseman is just going to troll all the Eagles fans. Everybody is begging for him to take Jeremiah Trotter Jr., which he can maybe rationalize. Look, I got a 3rd round pick. I got a 5th round pick. And I got my guy. Or your guy. Sentimental. Playing to the fans' hearts. Oh my God, it's sketch. Offense, defense, special teams, special players. What's up, bro? Oh, Sketch is a legend. What a guy. Cade Stover. Cade Stover. You've got Schultz there already. Got Schultz. I think his upside takes a little bit of a hit there. I mean, look, it's Dalton Schultz there, and then it's Cade Stover, I think, potentially in double, 12 personnel. Interesting guy. Sneaky good draft capital. All right. Maybe a really good special teams guy. I could see that at this point. DJ has said that. He alluded to that yesterday, even guys in the middle third. Okay. All right. Hey, yo, CD, saying everybody wants someone to massage you like the case over to that cow, the bull. It is, I guess, Houston Texans. All right. Let's see. Braylon Allen, Ray Davis to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh, of course, the Stroud connection, too. Of course, there's that. All right. Is this going to be the first pick that they put in commercial break? Or they're still probably going to have an announcement or two? Some announcement. So where does that put us for this round? Where does it put us for round 4? We go all the way up. So we had Sanders Franklin to kick off the round. Really good start to the round. 1, 2, and then Theo Johnson made it 3. You had Javon Baker make it 4. Then it was Tez Walker 5. Eric All 6. Then of course Jaylen Wright 7. Barner made it 8. And the tight end continued with Cade Stover. That's 9. So the third round might be its own, or fourth round, but your third round, your rookie draft is kind of almost a sub round here. Although I think receivers are going to absolutely replace possibly a few of these tight ends when push comes to shove. We're talking about Jacob Cowings, Malik Washingtons, Brendan Rice. Do the Niners pair him up, though? Do the Niners go with Jerry's son? Wide receiver 4 will be a little bit crowded role, but I think this time next year, one of Samuel or Ayuk is gone. I don't know how that, I mean, cap circumvention. People argue, is it real? Is it Fugazi? A whole bunch of stuff happens. That's questionable this time of year. Cap. Or if, what real impact does it have? I know, I guess what do we have? June 1st here, this post June 1st cuts, designations. There's a whole bunch of stuff. All right. Who we got announcing the 49ers pick? Oh, this was the Trey Lance trade pick. Interesting. Okay. A trade up. Teams just throwing away third round picks next year. Interesting. All right, with the Bucks, is this a running back? Is it Ray Davis? Is it Ray Davis? Oh, is it the Lions that trade up in front of the Eagles? If it's Trotter, that would be tough. The Lions going receiver. I really want to see the Lions go receiver. Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving. Okay. Why? Why though? Well, that's a good question. Rashad White didn't. He doesn't really have any ties to the. I mean, the new with Liam Cohen. There's a bunch of volume. It wasn't a lot of efficiency with Canales last year. Bucky Irving. It's interesting though. I mean, he is a nice receiving guy. Kind of redundant. Kind of redundant skill set. Prototype or the archetype there with Rashad White. Although I think he's better between the tackles than maybe people think or give him credit for with Rashad or with Bucky Irving rather. Interesting choice there. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. That Devin Singletary is the comp. The Lions giving up a third next year. Do they go? I would love to see Brendan Rice here. I really want to see Brendan Rice. I want to see Brendan Rice to the Lions. Cowing would be interesting, although they've got Monroe. He's basically the best slot in the NFL. Give me Brendan Rice. Brendan Rice to the Detroit Lions. Let's go. Come on. Show me the card. Show me the card. Everybody's wearing Dan Campbell jerseys. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. Rashad White. Running backs are taking a hit. Running backs are taking hits. Taking some hits, received wise, but don't panic. If you have one of these guys, don't sell. Don't panic sell them. Don't panic sell at all. Come on. Who are the Lions? I want a receiver here. Let's give a receiver. Potentially emerge as a receiver too. Is JMO, what has JMO done? What has he proven? If not, look, what, top 3 in that offense? Why not? Why not? Brendan Rice would be quite an awesome pick, though. For Lions. Who is it gonna be? Flash mobs going? Do the Eagles maybe add to the quarterback backstory with Spencer Rattler? That would be something. What do we got going? Who we got going to the Detroit Lions? I really want to see a receiver here. All right. Who's making the pick? Who is making the pick? What is going on with the Lions? Who is making the pick? Is it NFL Europe again? It's going to be like Italy or Germany or Ireland again. But yeah, everybody is going to be begging for the Giants and the Cowboys to pick a running back in round 5. It'd be crazy. Crazy. Detroit Lions. Are we going to finally get this pick? Please, can we get this pick? Please? I think there's booze, the classic Governor booze. Mixed emotions. What do we got? What do we got? All right. $700K and counting, she says. Gretchen Whitmer. What we got? Okay. Giovanni Manu. Tackle. British Columbia. Canadian. Okay. A developmental tackle, project tackle. They're probably thinking the Eagles. Love that. So I get the rating up ahead of us. Okay. Eagles pick is in. We're making a pick. Oh my God. Will Shipley to the Eagles. Oh, that's disgusting. It's disgusting. You've got Saquon there, and it's Saquon's world. He's just going to be living in it. Okay. Getting ugly for the running backs. I think, look, this really doesn't sniff Saquon, the level of investment that the Eagles have put into Saquon, as you compare it to Rashad White. You compare it to Tyron Williams and their situations. Will Shipley, Clemson guy. A lot of Eagles fans want a different Clemson player. Nice pass catcher. Nice pass catching weapon in Will Shipley. I'd like to see a Braylon Allen here to the Bills, or another receiver. Look, we're talking maybe wide receiver 2. Brendan Rice, Malik Washington, Ray Davis, another running back. All right, not great for James Cook, I don't think. Not too great for James Cook. It's interesting because now with these running backs, everybody's taking a hit in a way. So it's do people really change then? If everyone's kind of taking a hit, you just got to get used to it. Ray Davis, awesome player, awesome story, just incredible. Does San Fran take Brendan Rice? When are we going to see another receiver? All right, all righty. Oh, the Jets traded. Okay, the Jets traded with the 49ers. That's right. Okay. What do people think about the running back? All right. All right. What we got going around the sports world? The Chell. Couple series I'm doing it. Baseball. All right. Pick is in. 49ers. Bowers, Theo Bowers has always been number 2 for me. He's number 2. Call it hot take, but number 2. It's the Raiders don't change things for me. Brock Bowers in terms of his spot. The Raiders, it's bad for Michael Mayer. I don't know how many times I've watched the Raiders last year, and I'm just confused why Austin Hooper is even on the field as much as he is. Brock Bowers is going to be a big slot, a guy that can get 100 catches this year. I really think that. So Theo, okay, nice. So got so much Bowers. Yeah, well, look, the only worst case scenarios that could have really happened were going to in the order of the draft how it played out. I mean, look, Cardinals were taking a wide receiver. Got Trey McBride, obviously. They did take Tip Ryman earlier on day 2 yesterday. You want to say, look, the only bad landing spots would have been, of course, the Lions, the Vikings, the Chiefs. Well, how much longer is Kelsey really even there? So if you want to include them, maybe not, but the Bills would be bad. And then it's tough to really think of. I mean, the Falcons would have been really, really bad. But it didn't happen. It's the Raiders, and it's potentially the spot where I can see him as a clear number 2 option there. Obviously, you've got a good, competent number 1, really nice player with Devontae, and then, of course, Jacoby Myers there. But I can really see Bowers emerging as number 2. You think about a guy like Minshew, if he's a starter, assuming he's a starter there, give him a guy that he can just not check downs, but just find security, a safety blanket with the Brock Bowers, and the guy that he gets the ball to him, he can get after the catch. I like the Raiders. The Niners go running back again. It's Isaac Guerrero. But these guys are getting round 4 draft capital. They're just going to all these teams. Jeez. Running backs. It's a massacre. Yeah, nice pick by the 49ers. Yeah, I think, look, it is. He's not going to be able to wear 23. Interesting. Look, I know you were interacting in that one video talking about big winners of the draft. Talking about the carnage at this position. Look, Breece Hall, knock on wood. Breece Hall hasn't even look, and the Jets keep trading back. I mean, it's just incredible for Breece Hall. Incredible draft winner, Breece Hall. Although, as I say that, they're coming up at 134, and they're going to go at 134. They're going to go with. I just jinxed myself so hard. They're going to go with Braylon Allen at 134. TJ Tampa. All right. Kansas City. Does Kansas City go with running back? That would be really intriguing, though. I want to see Kansas City go running back, honestly. That would be intriguing. Because Pacheco is, I think, the relative hierarchy. He's susceptible to. You're saying Pacheco over. Well, let's see, Theo. Let's not jump the gun. Let's see who they pick. Let's see who they pick first. But I within that tier, I guess you could say. It's fine. I mean, they're in the same tier to begin with, so I totally get Pacheco now ahead of those guys. The Chiefs going with Jared Wiley. I think that's some sneaky long-term value potentially. And the Eagles, sickos, trade again. They traded 132. Then they're trading back 32 picks, 164. They traded back 9 spots, but they get a 2025 4th round pick. Crazy. This is crazy. This is just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. But you know what I like about this? Let's get a Brendan Rice for the Lions. Get a receiver. Get a wide receiver. Jared Wiley. See with the Lions, I really want to see receiver. That would be really intriguing. But yeah, I mean, Theo, on the note of the running back tiers in the landscape, I think, you know what? My early call offseason, once Saquon went to Philly, I mean, he is at the top of that third tier behind top four, I think, arguably now. Think about A-Chain. You think about Kyron Williams. JT, it's really JT. Maybe you can argue in a way it's now sub-tier with JT and Saquon. Or if you're going to put him in CMC's tier, I can kind of understand that, but CMC is really a beast in right almost. That's a really interesting debate with the running backs, how to really tier or position them. We'll round out this round with the Lions, the Chiefs again. Let's go. Let's get another. Let's get another offense weapon. Let's go. Let's go running back here for the Chiefs. Let's go. Why not? Why the hell not? And then we go. Okay, the Jets. Let's evade running back for the Jets. Let's avoid running back. Although again, these guys aren't coming in to just be the featured back either. That's really important to note. The only really one that's guaranteed is a Jonathan Brooks at this point, and I think sooner rather than later with Trey Benson as well. I don't know why Schefter is tweeting like for the only third time today. He keeps saying wheeling and dealing after he basically hinted. He said before the draft even started, he said the Eagles have these picks. Maybe he was just using him the Eagles used him as a conduit to like leak. Okay, we're open for business. All these picks, and which they've already utilized. Got a third, a fourth, a fifth for next year. Crazy. But still maintaining picks this year. So let's see. Let's hope the musical chairs. Let's hope there's a Braylon Allen at the Chargers would be awesome. One of the Chargers picks a Braylon Allen. Looking at Bills, look, they just took their guy. The Colts, at this rate, who knows? They maybe take a running back at this point. Falcons have guys there. The Broncos would be intriguing. The Broncos getting a running back would be very intriguing. They obviously got Troy Franklin, a really nice early day 3 winner. Then the Raiders. I want to see the Raiders. I want to see the Raiders get a Spencer Rattler, or Saints get a Spencer Rattler as well. And then we gotta go down the board a bit, down the board until we get to Giants at 167 or Giants 166 and Cowboys at 174. So a lot of picks left till we see hopefully a good running back landing spot again. I guess time is a flat circle. The Eagles just traded back DeAndre Swift pick. Crazy. All right, Rappaport. Talking about, the clear view, Pelissero, Sweeten. In the last 40 minutes, Eagles added 25, third, fourth, and fifth. Crazy. Draft isn't even close to over. Unreal. Unreal. Unbelievable. Okay. Mary Owens. Come on. Fulfill the prophecy. Let's get Brendan Rice to the Lions. Or will if there's a will, there's a way. The Lions announce him as a running back when he's a safety. They're gonna use a running back. Talk about the worst landing spot for any running back. I think it is the Lions. The Lions have already Montgomery and, of course, Jahmyr Gibbs. Is it Jahmyr Gibbs? Is it stock over for Jahmyr Gibbs? Oh my gosh. It's insane. I think they just trolled by announcing as a running back, because why would they do that to their fans? Crazy. It's wild. We live in a wild, wild world. Then yeah, Ray Davis, really cool story. Hope he does great. Yeah, same here. Chiefs getting Jaden Hicks. That looks like incredible value. Really good player. Really good player. Yeah, the Lions are going nuts. All right. Jets and Niners rounding out round 4. Chiefs, yep, just love developing secondary players, and of course they get Jaden Hicks here. Rich get richer. The Jets, this just seems like it's bound to be a running back based on how this round's going. Oh, now we're in Dublin. Let's go. Greg O'Shea. It's just so funny at this point. It's a meme at this point. I just called it brown out. I jinxed myself. It's incredible. It's incredible. He's a nice spell. I think he's, look, more competent than Dalvin Cook was last year. I think we can spell Breece Hall for a snap or two. Aaron Rodgers can dictate. This is just so funny, though. The running back landscape. Look, if anything, this really exacerbates almost the holes of the running back position, really at the extreme where I know they just got Braylon Allen, but it's Breece Hall, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan at the top. And in terms of who we know what they are in the NFL, who they're going to be, they're as bulletproof in that sense at the position, but we're seeing bulletproof really doesn't exist for anyone. And you look at then the guys like Pacheco. Not yet, so he's actually been a relatively big winner at that tier, but a guy like James Cook, obviously, and then Rashad White, even a guy, Josh Jacobs, Josh Jacobs, all these guys are getting running backs. I mean, people are just going to be begging for the Giants or the Cowboys to do anything to get a running back to help. It's crazy. It is crazy. I think it maybe even pushes up. It really does push up, I think, arguably Trey Benson into that right near Jonathan Brooks, I think now. Really does. Really does have that effect, I think. Here we go. Jacob Cowing to end. Not taking Brendan Rice. Kind of crazy, but look, they already got a bigger receiver. Jacob Cowing. Interesting sleeper there. Interesting player. Interesting player. Here we go. DJ talking about the Tank Dell comparison. Jacob Cowing. He could have he could have a more immediate role with that offense compared to maybe Ricky Pearsall even. Possibly. Okay. Jacob Cowing rounding out the round 4. All in all, we go back to front. We're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 fantasy relevant players in round 4. It's a hell of a number. And at this point now, we're already at some 46. We're basically almost filling out your 4th round. But there are still some notable prospects, notable players, essentially landing spots in with running backs, with the Cowboys, with the Giants that could really play into your early thirds, if not maybe higher. But I think at this point, arguably with the draft capital or the degree of investment or lack thereof, I mean, how far can these guys really go? Should they go? Seahawks pick is in. All right, Chargers, save us. I can't. It is really annoying how the Jets took Braylon Allen from the Chargers, possibly. Would like to see running back. Though, for the Chargers. Dylan Johnson, a sneaky player. Sneaky potential. Look, talk about Harbaugh. We're joking about who he goes, who he drafts. No more Michigan players, but talk about guys who played against Bama players in the national championship. Washington. Dylan Johnson would be interesting here, potentially, for the Chargers. All right. Running back landscape. Dylan Laube. Low-key? That's a decent shot. I could see it, Theo. I could see it. I could very well see that. Let's see. Who are we actually working with now? Tyrone Tracy would be interesting. He's seemingly everybody's kind of low-key sleeper. Though I would love Isaiah Davis. to the Chargers. Finally, round 5. They kick it off. Nehemiah Pritchett from Auburn. Audric Estime. That's a decent shout. Audric Estime, possibly. He's definitely one to watch. I know everybody's talking about a guy really under the radar, Blake Watson out of Memphis, classic Memphis running back, possibly. One to watch. And what are we looking at? I mean, Spencer Rattler. What are we doing? Can we get Spencer Rattler to the Giants or Raiders or trade up, please? Look, he's still looking for a Tanner McLaughlin. Yep, Estime the Chargers. Low key, why not make it happen? Notre Dame, look, you already had Joe Alt blocking for him. Why not? I think that's everyone's gonna love Estime now. Love Estime. Come on, make it happen, Chargers. If not here, then they've got 140 as well. Malik Washington. So Malik Washington, Gold. They're the receivers that we're into here. Brendan Rice, of course. Aeneas Smith. Do they go Cornelius? Do the Chargers go with Cornelius Johnson, possibly? I want to see Jamari Thrash. He's one I'm interested in. Xavier Weaver, Taj Washington. All right, Chargers, what do we got? What do we got, Chargers? What are we dealing with? I think Washington's underrated. Really is. Really, really is. Guy, I know Brett Coleman loves Malik Washington. Would have considered him probably in the early second, and here we are, early fifth. Some sneaky values. Maybe the next Puka Nacua? Nah, totally different. But the next value, upside, huge upside potential. All right. Talking about Spencer Rattler. Theo, I think he very well could be the next Brock Purdy. Very well could be. And Tarib still goes, so no running back just yet. Rattler is going to be one of the best values in the draft. Best value, arguably. Come on. Come on. Yes, he can be a short-time starter. Yes, he can be a starter. Raiders, come on. He's still bringing up. That's hard. That's so ridiculous. Talking about QB1 Beyond the Lights. Netflix 7-8 years. That's the most ridiculous thing. NFL evaluators, people saying that. That's so ridiculous. Disgusting. QB1 Beyond the Lights, 17. Oh, it's so great. NFL evaluators, people up there, unnamed. Rappaport. What is that? I mean, what were they doing? What were they doing at that age? What's it a reflection when some of those GMs get in whatever potential character shortcomings or mistakes made decades, 20, 30 years beyond that now in previous. I mean, you look at it's crazy. That's ridiculous. Unbelievable. Unreal. Let's start NFL Network. Let's prop up Rattler. Come on. Screw the NFL. Let's lead the Rattler campaign. I think absolutely Theo could be. He was calling it next Brock Purdy, possibly. I wouldn't mind seeing the Commanders go with another receiver. Although I'd like them to be a run. They would be an interesting running back spot. Quinyon Mitchell, yeah. I love that the Michael Parsons reactions. It's a tale as old as time. And it's gonna be every year now. Guy that grew up not too far at all from Philly. It's just gonna be so funny. It's people are saying it's only gonna be a matter of time before he requests a trade and he's traded the Eagles. It's crazy. You would think he would want to build depth exactly when 70 players start each year. All right. Commanders and Chargers. Let's go some combination of Estime and Jamari Thrash here. Come on. I'm looking at the Raiders. Come on, Raiders. Pick Rattler. Picks. Raiders and Saints. That's got to be where Spencer Rattler's night waiting comes to an end. All right. Eagles draft. Unreal so far. Unreal. I would like to see Trotter Jr. They got to get a linebacker, you would think. But who knows? Who knows with Howie? I think a receiver is still in question, too. Jordan McGee, Temple guy. Temple product himself. What a guy. Temple product. Okay. Dump the truck. Come on, Chargers. Chargers, we gotta go. Audric Estime. Come on. The best of me. Audric Est. Bills at receiver. I think Bills receiver has got to be in play here. It's got to be in play. I think Malik Washington would be a nice compliment. Man, talk about how to make sense of all these players. Which, look, there's only need a couple more, and then you're talking about 48. 4 rounds worth in top 150. Effectively 1 in 3, which says something. Obviously, there's the underlying positional value, but there's talent. There's absolutely talent. Chase Daniel just saying the same. 0 quarterbacks for over 100 picks running. What is this? Is this real? Javon Baker saying, bring your popcorn. I make people in wheelchairs stand up. What? That's crazy. All right. When will Audric Estime go? Yeah, Javon Baker's going viral for that quote. Bring your popcorn, I make people in wheelchairs stand up. And he's saying Drake May, best receiver in the draft, or best quarterback in the draft. Already hyping him up. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. Let's get Spencer Rattler, top 150. I want to see, honestly, the Broncos potentially draft a running back. Would have been awesome if they got a Bucky Irving, Bo Nix, Roy Franklin trio. All right. Cam Hart, Notre Dame. Well, they opt for another Notre Dame guy. Different Notre Dame player. Okay. Bills, what are we doing, Bills? Actions. Notre Dame, they love Notre Dame, they love Michigan. Oh, it's the secondary coach, the same exact secondary coach. Makes sense. Former receiver, can he catch balls? Or Justin Herbert? Is he going to play receiver? Is he converting back? Imagine. I wonder if there's ever been players that have done that. Converted in college. Then they actually convert back in the NFL. That would be interesting. How are the Bills? We're actually running the clock here. Are you kidding me? We're chewing clock right now. Are you kidding me, Buffalo? What are we doing? All right. So they went offense with Alt and McConkey, and they've just gone defense since. And I think, look, McConkey, man, he's going to be a spicy pick in your rookie drafts. I think he's a guy that's just got such a more different fantasy relevant fantasy floor of an asset compared to a Quentin Johnson and his archetype. Are the Bills going Spencer Rattler? Imagine Josh Allen. It's over as Dynasty QB1. Who we got? Who is it going to be? Caleb Williams saying that Torrey Taylor, look, you're not going to be punting too much. That's funny. So why would the Bills pick a punter with their last pick? That's crazy. Crazy. Cedric Van Pran, SVP. The real or the fake SVP? You know, you know. All right. Nice pick. Protect Josh Allen. All right. Upper torque, firm base, center only. All right. Second team All American. Why not? Mitten to run the football, yeah. So wheels up for potentially Ray Davis. Wheels up. Okay. Let's see. They're done. Those are done. Keon Coleman. Stock through the moon if he doesn't even get another receiver to throw into this Bills room. Yeah, relative compared to Iowa. Crazy. Iowa. They're punting. If the Colts go estimate here, that would just be incredible. Just throw another guy behind the handcuff. Unbelievable. Just make it incredible. Pick is in. Indianapolis Colts. Well, the Cowboys were still waiting for. All right. They've been out physicaled the Cowboys, so maybe an Aldrich estimated the Cowboys would be interesting. I don't understand why they're highlighting them when they're not even picking in another 30 picks. Anthony Gould. Gould here. All right. Interesting. Sneaky pick. Receiver. Josh Downs season. How we doing? How we doing? Not incredible. Smaller receiver. Hmm. Punt return touchdown. So look, a punt returner. Why not? Why not? I think Adonai Mitchell is really going to be winner at the receiver position of this draft for the Colts. The guy next man up to Pittman Jr., of course. Honorable mention Pac-12 in the last year of its existence. The Pac. All right. So we're talking a 4th round pick in your rookie drafts. Still, no Malik Washington yet. Pick is in for the Falcons. There you go, Aldrich Estime. Getting to Spencer Rattler territory, 148, 150. Come on. Talk about Anthony Richardson injuries. We're talking about taking off the jacket. Mike Mayock. Freak. All right, what are we doing, Falcons? Bears back in? Back in at 144? What is that guy wearing? The authentic with the roll, like the cut off, tucked in sleeves? What the heck is this guy doing? Like a player. About to take the headshot. Or the Bears taking a Taj Washington, maybe. Oh, God. Cow. Got a flag. Football team. J.D. Bertrand. Okay. All right. All right. A lot of tackles. A lot of tackles. J.D. Bertrand. The Bears. Who did the Bears show in a Caleb Williams highlight for J.D. Bertrand? Or low light. I guess a tackle handoff there. Do the Bears pick another receiver? I wouldn't hate that. All right. He's saying, look, Arthur Blank. So, reason why I took him is because it was all part of our plan taking Michael. Oh my gosh. All right, Bears. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be Chicago? Who's it going to be? A lot of Eagles picks, a lot of Jets picks, a lot of Packers, Saints. A lot of teams double dipping. So I think we're going to see skill position players. We're going to see team double dipping. We're going to say, look, it's Bills a lot. They say the Bills were picking the line. They were talking about somebody else picking last, I guess. So a lot of double dipping in this round. We're going for effectively, we have an exactly full round of picks left. And it's going to be a lot of, I think, a good, still decent bit of fantasy relevant players. Running backs going to go. I'm looking for some receivers still. Tight ends, I think you're seeing a lot of the tight ends go already. So, interesting with the tight ends. What format are you playing in? So then the tight ends, do they really matter? Do they really rise to a relevancy level in some sense of the word? All right. What are we looking at? Let's see the Twitterverse. What are people? What's the tenor? Oh my gosh, the Raiders posting a 40 saying, oh no. Austin Booker to the Bears. That's a really nice pick. A guy really highly thought of in the draft. Really nice pick. Wow. All right. All righty. Austin Booker. Fed through the earpiece to DJ. Max Crosby light. Wow. Why not take a bet on him? Hmm. First, early second round pick. He's saying if he went back to school. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Broncos, Titans, Broncos again. Chris Abrams drain. That's a nice pick. That's a nice value pick there. Only improves Troy Franklin in practice. Of course, you already got Surtain. All right. Coming up to Spencer Rattler territory, I feel like it's got to be Vegas or New Orleans. Come on. The guy I'm watching at the quarterback position, where does a guy like a Joe Milton go? Really interesting. I think it would be a good pairing if he goes to New York. That would be something. Who would the Ravens pick? Well, the Ravens picking Tez Walker. I like Tez Walker a lot. Love Tez Walker. Potential some fantasy relevance. I don't see incredible upside, but a wide receiver 2 there behind Zay Flowers, a totally different player. Nice physical skill set. A really fast, bigger receiver with a Tez Walker. So, yep, W. I think it's a great pick. I was hoping the Patriots were going to go because we were talking beginning, obviously, of the day. Patriots. Well, you see, actually, speaking of the Broncos, just picked Chris Abrams drain there. Broncos giving Bo Nix his wide receiver 1 with Troy Franklin from Oregon. Was hoping that Tez Walker was going to go one of the first couple picks the Patriots had. Give Drake May his guy again. But they opted instead for Javon Baker. So it's Lamar Jackson winning. Ravens your favorite team? Yeah, well, they're definitely loading up. They're loading up. I know that's as a fantasy relevant player. Tez Walker got some promise there for sure. Absolutely has some promise. As far as the some other picks, let's go see where, because the Ravens, I think, look like a lot of teams. If you're really good, I mean, you end up maybe not having the most picks to make draft. You probably used it to help yourself in a different way. The Ravens exactly outside of Tez Walker today. We're talking about not much, if at all, but they actually, TJ Tampa. That's another one. Ozzie Newsome influence. It's just classic. The Ravens, no, TJ Tampa was the guy that people thought would go yesterday. So that's a huge win as a defensive player. And then the 5th round, where we are currently, no one yet for the Ravens, but I know there's a pick or two for the Ravens coming up. 165, 165 coming up. So the Ravens already, it's actually been an incredible little day 3 for them. Titans pick is in. I think the Titans here. The Titans, look, Titans, I've been saying it picks ago. Let's go Malik Washington here. Malik Washington for the fantasy potential upside there. Look, it's Calvin Ridley who's basically in and around out of his prime. I would say another, year or two. You would effectively think with Calvin Ridley, and then you've got D-Hop there, Traylon Burks, but why not? This is a sneaky good for top 150, day 3 receiver, Jarvis Brownlee Jr. was the pick. All right, Jarvis Brownlee. Looks like a little bit of a DB run here. So now we go back to Broncos and the Raiders. I think the Raiders are a potential receiver team. So look, if my guy, deep sleeper, Trey Tucker, if he survives not picking a receiver, Obviously, they got Brock Bowers, so he's a big time player. I just want to see the Raiders go Spencer Rattler, though. Take QB7. Why not? He can absolutely be one of the guys. He's bound to be one of the guys, the 70 quarterbacks that start over the course of a year, last year's running. He's got upside. It's a no-brainer here. You can get him inside right around pick 150. For the team like the Raiders and the Saints, it is tailor-made for them. Tailor-made for them. It's tailor-made. They're going outside of the studio. Or back to the studio, I should say, outside of the NFL Detroit setup. Okay. Are they saying Maurice Jones-Drew was in the 1994 draft? No way. 6 quarterbacks are showing. Unreal. I think he's in for the Broncos. Pick is in. Fortnite kind of past my prime there. Past my Fortnite prime, I'll tell you that. It's starting into like a world of its own. I know a lot of people that do play quite a bit. I mean, it's something else. Something else. It's like a mini, not GTA, but speaking of GTA, I want to see GTA 6 come out. Come on. What are we doing? 2025? Come on. I'm hoping. I'm talking about games long time coming. I'm just looking forward to college football. EA finally going back to college football, college sports. I mean, doing something right. Give us college basketball. They got to go do college football. They got college football. Now you got to give us college basketball. Long time coming enough. Long time coming. All right. Who you sub? Real one for that. Thank you for the support. You're here. We're in the ground up. Ground up. We're building something. We're watching the NFL draft. We're maniacal about fantasy football. Appreciate that. Burr, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce. It's just B-E, Burr, WWE. Is WWE like separate? And then MW fan. The Broncos go Audric Estime. I've been talking about the Broncos, a team I like to pick a running back. I mean, I know Javonte Williams, but everyone loves Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams, look, he just hasn't been it. He has not been it. And I think Estime, that's a nice pickup. I like the Estime upside. I think he leapfrogs a lot of the other running backs that have been handcuffed. WWE. Bet. Thanks, WWE. Appreciate the sub. Thanks for stopping by, spending part of your Saturday on this channel. This guy. All right. Dang. Okay, that is nice. Estime. Raiders, come on. Raiders, who we got? Come on. We need Spencer Rattler. Quarterback. I know WWE, you got your quarterback, man. You got your quarterback, you got receiver early, beginning of this day. You got your, obviously, number one, you got Zay. And then you got Derrick Henry. I mean, the Ravens, they're an early Super Bowl pick, I feel like. It's going to be that case for every year. But if there is a team, the Tommy Eichenberg, linebacker, Ohio State, of course they do. Saints. Where take Spencer Rattler. The Saints gotta take Rattler, man. It's crazy. Wild. Just unbelievable how there's not been Spencer Rattler picked yet. All right. Audric Estime. Sneaky, sneaky value. So who is going to make it to the Giants or to the Cowboys at the running back position? That's what everybody's wondering. Violent runner. Audric Estime. I like it. Totally different style than a Javonte Williams. So Javonte wants to be that third down guy, but Audric Estime, downs 1 and 2. Why not? Look, giving Bo Nix another weapon. I love what it means for Bo Nix. All right. Pick is in for the Bengals. They go receiver. I would think that would be intriguing. They did go Jermaine Burton. Malik Washington could be a fit here. Why not? Why not Malik Washington? All right. 149, 150. Gotta go with Mr. Spencer Rattler. I'm beating a dead horse here. I'm beating a drum. Maybe receiver. Yeah, receiver could be. Receiver could, yeah. I could see that. I mean, there's still a good bit. There's still a good bit. Good receivers here. There's still Malik Washington. There's still Brendan Rice. There's still Malik Washington. There's still Jamari Thrash. There's still Jalen Coker. There's still a lot of guys. A lot of guys. I think my Eagles are a team to pick, though, and a couple at 152, although people want the hometown Jeremiah Trotter Jr., who's been lasting for a long time on this draft board. All right. Josh Newton, the DB. Talk about a guy in college football. He's been really good, dominant, really good player the last couple of years. Just not great, not great. Tester, I don't think not great. In some ways, the warrant, the trajectory maybe people had assumed or envisioned for Josh Newton as a day 2 or better guy. Here we are, day 3. I think it's a good pick for the Bengals. He's still second team All Big 12. I guess it's a conference where, look, defense is very suspect, and that's the thing, I guess, at a core here. Defense, certain conferences, certain NFL perceptions of what is a receiver going up against a corner in the SEC compared to a receiver going against a corner in, say, the Big 12. Interesting debates there. How do you weight production, I guess? Saints at 150. Come on, make it Spencer Rattler. Let's go, Rattler. Come on. Question is, do my Eagles even make the pick? Do they make the pick? Trading like crazy. Absolutely crazy. Frosted Animal Cookie Blizzard. No way that's better than brownie batter. No way. Pick is in. Pick is in for the Saints. Pick is in. Who we get? Who we got? Pick is in. Who is draft track? All right. Saints could be a receiver team, though, as well. I mean, they could be a Brendan Rice team. I would like that. I've been calling it, I've spoken it into existence. Spencer Rattler, 150 to the Saints. This is huge. This is huge. I love it. Derek Carr, I think his days might be numbered, but that's unreal. Unreal potential value. Come on. Spencer Rattler. Come on. Come on. 150. I've been saying it. Been on that. Been on that. Let's go. Love it for Spencer Rattler. Yes, sir. Let's go, Spencer, man. I love this for Spencer Rattler. He's going to have a chance. Let's go. Spencer Rattler. The Saints got a dude. Going to be possibly the Spencer Rattler, Michael Penix show, and then Bryce Young, and then still Baker. In that AFC South, what a division. What a spot for Rattler. I've been championing Rattler fire. Yep, Theo. What's up? You know we've been on that. We've been saying that. Come on. Finally, he goes 150. It's a really nice situation. Really nice. I think. Look, Carr, we know what Derek Carr is. People have speculated, would the Saints consider one in this, a quarterback top of the draft? I think it might not be too long with the Saints, especially with now the Falcons being a force there. Who says midseason we don't see Spencer Rattler? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful pick. You had to come back, celebrate it. Appreciate that, Theo. You already know. Look, he's a guy I'm taking in the third round. Rookie drafts, I'm taking a swing on in the third round 100 times out of 100 on Spencer Rattler. Bound to start a game, and I think he's going to look decent. Potentially earn himself a larger role. We'll see what that exactly means, but I really like this point for Spencer Rattler. Talking about Bucky on NFL Network, he's talking about your call, saying similar to Brock Purdy. All right. Got the Colts up here. Already gone 2 receivers. We got the Eagles. I think the Eagles are definitely a receiver team. Malik Washington's right there. So is Brendan Rice. It's Jalen Carley's. Yep. I start in a year or two. 64, 70 quarterbacks. 2 per team. It's an average 2 per team. 2 per team. So you gotta value what Rattler can do in the upside there. Especially if you even have Derek Carr, that would be such a smart pick, I think, to really get an inside track on potentially the long term of that quarterback room this year and beyond. Yep. Brett Lewis talking about bad rap, just really terrible, drawn out perception. We're talking 7 years ago, judging somebody, oh, what they're doing at 7, 16, 17 years old. Crazy. Not to say, not to take complete accountability away from people. Talking about a guy you just didn't like, oh, how he came across as a high school quarterback. Come on. Come on. Love this for Spencer Rattler. Who the Eagles go? Who will the Eagles go with? Pick is in for the Eagles. The pick is in. Is it Jeremiah Trotter Jr.? That fans have been begging for. Yep. Speak it. Reach, MJD. All right. Who will the Philadelphia Eagles select? Who we got? Who we got at 152? Is it Malik Washington? Jalen Colker type. Coker. Amari Thrash, I would like him. The Jags are interesting. I mean, I know they went Brian Thomas Jr. in the first, but obviously they gave Gabe Davis a contract. I mean, it's interesting. I could see them before the draft's over getting a receiver, possibly again. Just to priority is Trevor Lawrence. Priority is is Trevor Lawrence. EJ's best available. Christian Jones has been there forever. 55th overall. Oh, there's Malik Washington. Tanner McLaughlin there too. And Jeremiah Trotter Jr.'s got him at 115. Everybody loves him. All right, what do we got? All right. Bucky talking about vertical, horizontal boards, how we tier players in Dynasty, how we rank tier players. Everyone's favorite exercise. Look, rankings, tiers. That'll be something at some point in the near future. Making sense of these rookies, but really through mock drafts, arguably, and even startup values as well. That'll be coming in the near future. Eagles draft Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. Felix Hunt, Will Shipley. Who's it going to be? Oh, they've got it. They're going to Ghana. That's why it's taking forever. Oh, Imhotep. Oh, they're in Ghana. That's pretty cool. Nia Smith. There we go. Receiver. It was bound to happen. I know some people really like him a lot. I think look, he's a decent receiver 3 to have. Decent receiver 3. Only 5'9" and 3/8. Huh. First team all SEC in all purpose and return. Okay, return specialist. Let's go. All right. Where is Malik Washington, though? Crazy to me. Here we go, Jacksonville. Jacksonville pick is in. What do we got? What do we got? A roast of Tom Brady. That's funny. Live on Netflix. All right. Okay. Still got some running backs. Still got some receivers. Waiting to see. To be fantasy relevant, to be in your rookie drafts. Let's refresh. Still Brendan Rice. Still Malik Washington. Still Amari Thrash. Joe Milton. Keeping an eye on Joe Milton. Michael Pratt. DeAndre Price. Prince. Okay. I'm really looking for Isaiah Davis. I'm really intrigued where Isaiah Davis goes. He's kind of my sleepers. South Dakota State, really good, really productive player. Tyrone Tracy still at this point, and Isaiah Davis. They're the two guys to watch at the running back position. Dallas and New York, very well possible. I could very well see it. What are they showing? A Syracuse commercial? A veteran, excuse me, veteran partnership. It's cool. Okay. Got about 20 picks in this round. We're at a point where your rookie drafts are pretty much filling up. I think it's Malik, to beat a dead horse, it's Malik Washington, Brendan Rice, and then it's Tyrone Tracy and Isaiah Davis for fantasy relevant players. Because we're talking about, look, at this point, we're talking about spots. Spots are differentiators. So I expect them to get picked. I expect them to get picked very, very soon. The Eagles have traded up. Oh my God, they traded away 164 and 201 to get to 155. Is it for Jeremiah? Is it for a linebacker? For Jeremiah Trotter Jr.? But he's been pleading. It's Brennan Jackson from Washington State. That's an interesting pick. He's a good player. Washington State, they're really under the radar. Really sad how the pack just fell apart. Washington State, Oregon State on the odd people looking in. They're some good players. Jaden Hicks in this draft. All right, Eagles, who are we going with? Who we got? Talking about, yeah, Aaron Donald, sneaky under the radar. He's retired. Got to replace. Look for us, the Eagles. Maybe it's Jason Kelsey. Maybe it's an offensive lineman here. Possible offensive line. All right, California. Up Detroit. O.J. Harris. They did it. They did it. They traded up for Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Wow. What a pick. What a pick. That's fun. That's awesome. That is awesome. Miracle. Unbelievable draft. Unreal draft. Yup. 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 That's awesome. What a guy. Not the greatest athleticism score. That's why he's fallen. That's why we got a chance to pick him. 2-time second team All-American. Pretty crazy. Pretty unreal. Pretty unreal. All right, welcome home. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. What a pick. That's awesome. That is awesome. Browns. Could the Browns take receiver? I think the Browns could take a receiver here. The Browns taking Malik Washington. I would like that. I'd like that. Wide receiver 3. Maybe even wide receiver 2. Heard it here first. Not a big Jerry Jeudy guy. Never been a big Jerry Jeudy guy. Panthers, I think they're probably not taking a receiver. Probably not, but they could. Dolphins, maybe take a receiver. Chiefs, maybe take a receiver. The Bills, maybe a receiver. Maybe a receiver. I mean, a lot of receivers could go. A lot of receivers could go in this spot. A lot of receivers. But it's really, it's the Giants. And it's the Dallas Cowboys for running back. They've got to go running back. They just got it. One of them has to go, and you've got Isaiah Davis. Oh, that would be a headache for me. I would expect huge things, and as a sleeper, my favorite sleeper, arguably, that would be brutal. That would be brutal. Brown's pick is in. I would love Malik Washington to the Panthers. All right. Okay. They added running backs, Hines and Deonta Foreman. I didn't even realize that. They're probably not a running back team. Well, I've seen guys like Trey Benson even mocked really early in day 2 to the Browns. Obviously, that's not happening anymore. Do they still consider a running back? I think they could. I think they could, but receiver really is more intriguing to me. Back to the NFL set in Detroit. Nigeria. Cool. NFL Global. This adds a cool element to the draft. Change it up when it gets into the dog days. Jamari Thrash. I like it. I like it at 156. Like me some Jamari Thrash to the Browns. I like it. I like it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sudden, shifty, Romeo Dobbs. Dobbs, I know. Romeo Dobbs. Yep. Jay saying Jamari Thrash, a 3rd-round pick type player. Going to have a role. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Malik Washington to the Panthers. Would love to see low run wide receiver 1 here. A little bit of a Jalen Hyatt comp. Interesting. Interesting. Pick is in for the Panthers. Let's see. Leggett, Brooks, Davian Sanders. Let's go get a receiver again. Let's get another receiver. Why not? Who is it going to be? Another international pick. That's pretty cool. All right. In Germany. Munich. That's pretty cool. They're not going to say the pick. They're singing. What is going on? Oh, it's Chandler Zavala, a player. Oh, he was picked in Germany. That's funny. Chandler Zavala. Josh Smith Wade. Okay. Wow. All right. Washington State, another Washington State dog. Brennan Jackson. Smith Wade. Of course, Jaden Hicks. Guys dominating today. All right. Dolphins, after driving a stake through Devon A-Chain, shares a little bit with a really good player in a Jaylen Wright. Who will the Dolphins, then the Chiefs? Chiefs maybe receiver again. The Chiefs go Brendan Rice would be really interesting. I would love to see Brendan Rice go to the Chiefs. Would love that. Talking about Spencer Rattler. Let's go. Comparison, Oklahoma with Hurts. Kamara going to the Dolphins. That's a good pick by the Dolphins. It's a good pick by the Dolphins. Good pick. All right. The largest chasm, largest difference ever. 137. Talking about the 18-game season is inevitable. That's crazy. It's going to have to be 2 bye weeks then. We're talking about 2 more weeks in the NFL season. We're talking well into the 2024. But Jay Kaner, Kellen Mond, and Nathan Peterman. What a room. The biggest depth, the most depth in that room in any quarterback room? Imagine. Unreal. Unreal. All right. Buffalo, Washington, Arizona. Giants coming up. All right. Pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. Malik Washington. Let's do it. Stephon Ulofoshio. Good cover linebacker. Ulofoshio. All right. I'll be back in 1 second. One gone up. All right. Sorry about that. We're back. Back. Like we never left, but we did. Okay. Dominique Hampton, DB out of Washington. Back-to-back Washington players. A little bit of a run. A little bit of a run. Looking. Do the Eagles have another pick in this round? Or I think 71 and 72. 71 and 72. Wow. All right. Pick 162. Trotter Jr. might even be able to just come up and do his interview or the media availability like right now. He's just going to have to drive like 20, 30 minutes. All right. Pick is in for the Cardinals. I would like a receiver would be interesting here, although not for Michael Wilson's sake, so scratch that. They've already picked their receiver. They picked their tight end and their running back. Love Trey Benson. I think he's a big winner at the running back position in this draft. Who exactly are they going to go here? Guts tell me they draft a defensive tackle. Guessing defensive tackle roulette here. D tackle. What do we got? What do we got? Joe Milton's an interesting player. Joe Milton to the Raiders, possibly? That would be really interesting. All right. Pick is in. The Cardinals, that's got to be another NFL Global. Has to be. Jaden Daniels. Oh, I thought tackle, but it's offensive tackle, not defensive tackle. Is that not interesting? You think about offensive tackle, it's on the edge, on the outside, while defensive tackle is the inside? Some interesting food for thought there. They just call it end. Why is it not offensive end? Defensive end. Guard, make guard offensive tackle if you follow. These are some draft day 3 thoughts. Christian Jones, though, I think DJ had him as a top 60 player, so huge value here. 100 plus picks after where he thought he should get. Yeah, Drake May's not going to be sitting long, if at all, with Jalen Polk, Javon Baker, good weapons, decent running backs, a duo there. All right. Talk about juxtaposing Drake May to Bo Nix in terms of their strengths, weaknesses. All right. Buffalo Bills, who we going with? Is it a trade now? The Packers on the clock? Ravens almost up. That's right, WWE. Almost. Almost up. Essentially to pick light NU. I mean, you got Andrews, you've got Isaiah Likely. I think it's probably going to be defense, though. I would assume defense. Packers are making a pick. Okay. Packers. Oh, the 2021 draft, first round quarterbacks. Just a disaster. Disaster. I guess 2022 was actually, no, 2022 was Kenny Pickett's year. That crazy bad quarterback. And 2021's looking not great either. Trevor Lawrence, man. Let's see what happens this year. He's got to have a big year, I think, to get that fifth year option. Well, I think that'll get picked up for sure, but to really play himself into a contract. All right, the pick is in for the Packers. Who we got? Who we got for the Green Bay Packers at pick 163, 5th round? Really nice draft, I think. Packers already. Cooper, Bullard, Lloyd. What do we got? I'm just waiting for the Giants to come up and the Giants to pick eventually Isaiah Davis. Nice running back upside there as your late third, early fourth round pick in your rookie drafts. All right. Jacob Monk. Get Jordan Love some protection. Let's go. Colts. Gonna play Madden. All right, WWE. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate the support. We're only up from here. So you're a real one, WE. Jacob Monk. Solid offensive line name. Solid offensive line. Solid O lineman. I'm watching still. Okay. Multitasking. Multitasking. It's like an NFL draft report. You know, he's versatility, multitask, can play Madden and watch a YouTube stream. You know, he's got real upside there, that guy. Mel Kiper, horrible Mel Kiper impression there. Colts, 164. Ravens are on the clock. Ravens are on the clock. Daniel Jeremiah is talking about quarterback philosophy, going all in. Atlanta. Why not Falcons? Screw it. I have no quarterback. But you got Bijan Robinson. Bijan's enough. Still crazy. Still crazy. That Falcons picked Michael Penix. Wild. Absolutely wild. Good argument. Schrager's talking about quarterback purgatory is the worst place to be, which, yeah, if you have Heineke, you've got Desmond Ritter. Post Matt Ryan era. All right, let's see, Ravens. Let's see. Okay. Pick is in WWE. Let's see. Let's see. Still no Malik, Theo. Still no Malik. The Ravens would have been interesting. Although, actually, he's kind of like the Zay Flowers. That's his kind of comp in terms of a body type and skill set that in that vein. So, and after getting, obviously, Tez Walker, I think a nice, really nice pick by the Ravens. Can't be here. Giants would be interesting. Bills would be interesting. I think the Bills would be interesting for Malik Washington. We just want to see the Giants go. Giants go RB, although who's left? That's the thing I was saying. Isaiah Davis would be interesting. Tyrone Tracy, I think, is the guy that's emerged a little bit as a sleeper, too, with his background as a pass catcher. We'll see. We'll see, though. I mean, overall, though, it's like all the running back musical chairs, and look at these. Look at the landing spot. It's Rasheen Ali. Speaking of which, Rasheen Ali, Marshall, running back to the Ravens at 165 WWE. I know you guys got Derrick Henry, but again, Keaton Mitchell. So, add into the running back core. Watch Malik. I mean, watched Malik to what degree? I mean, I've watched Malik. I know Malik as a prospect. I think he's Bryce Young. Bryce Young, a big riser. Absolutely, Theo. Absolutely. Sheena. Malik Washington, he's had a good pre-draft process, too. Iron Bowl. Just weird. I mean, a guy's top 100 player. A lot of people like him quite a lot. Ravens pick next. Not for a little bit. Let's check. Oh, completely frozen. Nice. Nice. Nice background here, guys. Bear with me. We've got let's check the pick screen. Sixth round. Ravens pick. A lot of weird 6th round back-to-backs. That's the time of the draft that we know been crazy. We're talking about Ravens at pick 218, a ways away, and are going to wrap up after this 5th round. I mean, I think, look, guys, fantasy relevant, 95% of the fantasy relevant players for sleeping. Look, there's always a potential Puka, Pacheco, of course, but majority have been picked. Now it's time to think about how exactly to apportion these guys in your late second rounds, late third rounds, early fourths. Rasheen Ali, though, it's interesting. Coming off an injury. Yeah, if the Eagles didn't take Trotter, I mean, everybody was pleading them trading up to 154 to get him, giving up one of the 18 picks that we've had, 201, I guess 155 even to get him. So really love that pick for the Eagles. Got a linebacker. Now I think, look, got Nia Smith too, or Nia Smith earlier. Receiver 3, some upside there. I know he's a good returner as well. We got Cooper DeJean, a lot of good returners. The Giants got to take a running back. They got to take a running back. No, Theo, you were talking about, look, Dylan Laube. Potentially. Talking about him for the Chargers. Dylan Laube, a guy that's a pass catching weapon. It is Tyrone Tracy. Tyrone Tracy, a little bit of a riser, for sure, rise in this process. And look, he's a real dual threat type of player at the running back position. It's the skill set, dual skill set, we'll say. Dual threat being more the quarterback. All right, this is an interesting, exactly what I expected the Giants to do at some point. Tyrone Tracy, just mentioning him. Tyrone Tracy, it was him, or it was Isaiah Davis. So, yep, I think, and they gave Singletary like a multi-year deal. I mean, obviously, it's still not incredible money, so it's like you can cut after any point, really, middle of the year, whatever. Yeah, Tracy, interesting. And yeah, there's no one even really. It's Malik Neighbors is the only guy to really catch passes there in general, and then Theo Johnson they added too as well. So, look, I think it's an intriguing weapon for sure for the Giants, and it's good value. I think 166 overall. So with the Cowboys, do the Cowboys look? They take Isaiah Davis. I think a really interesting profile. Although I mean, maybe bringing Zeke back is interesting. So maybe not. Maybe they're Dylan Laube, essentially. But man, I just still can't believe Marshawn Lloyd. They passed up the chance to pick Marshawn Lloyd. That would have been unbelievable, unreal. All right, Jags. Who it gonna be? Who we got? Jags already addressing receiver in this draft. See, Jags. Okay. Are they Malik Washington after going Parker Washington? The Washingtons, unrelated, but Commanders draft class, Jaden Daniels, Johnny Newton, Mike Sainristil, Sinnott, Coleman, McCaffrey. Got there Luke McCaffrey at pick 100. Interesting. Some people, oh my God, overdraft, just the name alone. I think Luke McCaffrey can be a fantasy potentially relevant player, a guy that's in your early third. Why not take a shot at a guy that's connected, the guy that's connected to one of the top rowers of the football in this draft, obviously Jaden Daniels. So why not? Bucky Irving fit made no sense. It is interesting. I mean, yeah, it's literally you've got Rachaad White, and these aren't the most physically imposing. Then McCaffrey plays like Curtis Samuel. That's an interesting point. I can see that. It's really him and there's Jahan Dotson. So I guess look, maybe Jahan Dotson's low key a decent winner. Oh, look, McCaffrey. Look, that's their top three, and I think it's serviceable enough for Jane Daniels to, I think, step in. And then Ben Sinnott, underrated. I think. Look, he was a big time riser at the tight end position. This process. All right. Do the Bills? I want to see the Bills go Malik Washington here. I want to see the Bills go Malik Washington. Let's see. Buffalo Bills select. Starts first. May, McCarthy, or Bo. Bo Nix starts first. Yeah, well, Bo Nix, he's going to be the starter. He's going to be the starter for sure. All right. Pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. Von Solomon. Avon Solomon. Cowboys are coming up. Cowboys are coming up. Not too long. Saints. I think the Saints. The Saints are. Saints could be a Malik Washington team. It could be. Also, still, Brendan Rice is out there. Saints, Brendan Rice, or Malik Washington. Just and then the Cowboys as well. Saints or Cowboys, and then there's Saints twice in the next couple picks. Cowboys coming up. The Cowboys. I could see, receiver or running back at this point. Uploading the 40. I wonder what the over/under of BDGE. They had their combine. The Gut had that sub 5. Sub 5. That's the goal. You running a 40 that begins with a 4? I feel like job done. All right, go Pack, go. What are we looking like? Jets picking twice. The Eagles picking twice. Saints picking twice. A lot of double dips here, so I think it could be some trades. Yeah, Theo, I was recall when I was watching live, it was they showed the lines. Yeah, it was 4.9. I think his line rose all the way up to like a 5.05 because they're like, oh, this guy, maybe he is the athlete of the of the bunch. And yeah, it was 4.97 maybe. I want to actually that's a video I want to actually rewatch, or I guess watch bulk that I missed. Yeah. Yep. Sneaky athleticism. Oladapo to the Packers. Oladapo. 4.58, 216, 6'2". Yeah, it was streamed. It was streamed on that channel back a couple weeks ago at this point. On just I think the main channel, Catan Ladapo, Oregon State. Speaking of Oregon State, look, even running backs, Damien Martinez is going to be a really nice running back for next year. A lot of running backs next year. A lot of running backs who I think are going to make essentially these landing spots look, this class just look even close. It's not quite going to, I don't think it's not quite going to be the talent that was the top 15, top 12, top 13 picks with Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs. Certainly going to be some guys I think that are, a lot of guys that are going to be, I think, on par in that kind of Jonathan Brooks conversation. Saints, the pick is in. Get a receiver. Get a receiver. Get him. Go Malik Washington here. Or Brendan Rice. Every game revealed. That's right. I guess the full release after they released the Eagles playing in Brazil. One. Okay, they do go receiver. They went with Bob Means. Bob Means, who had a really nice combine. Interesting. I don't know. I don't really know if Bub competes with A.T. Perry, it looks like, as that number 2. But man, why not? You'll take receiver. I mean, they took Anais Smith, who's, I guess, a hybrid, more, I mean, return guy. Also, I know, bootleg football, EJ Snyder talking about, honestly, somewhat of a running back skill set as well. So, look, I would be totally cool with the Eagles drafting Malik Washington. Is he really going to be fantasy relevant? Probably not as the Eagles receiver 3, but why not? And then, I mean, the Jets, I know Connor Rogers, he talked about the Jets potentially, or the Eagles traded 171 to the Jets for 185 and 190. Wow, that's a big. They got both of those picks? I guess 14 and then they get an okay. The Jets are on the board for the next 3 of, I think the Jets take another receiver here then. Sure. Speaking of which, I think the Jets absolutely take a receiver with one of the picks. Who are they trading up ahead of at this point? It's just 3 different teams. I guess teams that are in the 6th round as well. All right. Who's it going to be for the New York Jets? But the reason I say, look, Connor Rogers, they're big. Shout out to NFL Stock Exchange. Guys that, the Jets being a team that double dips in receiver, even after getting Corley. Brendan Rice would be very interesting here. Brendan Rice, if he's the pick, really interesting. Or with one of their other 2 picks after this. Everything. All right. Who's making the pick? Oh, wow. Jordan Travis. Sneaky, sneaky. Low key, look, Aaron Rodgers, who knows what happens with him? That I like that pick for the Jets. I like it. I like it. Like it. Yeah, ahead of Michael Pratt. That's interesting. And then I want to see where Joe Milton goes. The Giants. I want to see where the Giants possibly make a pick at quarterback. I really don't go Isaiah Davis, please. But we need a Cowboys running back for fantasy. Look, this is I like this for the Jets a lot. I think Travis is a sneaky guy that look in 2 years from now, Aaron Rodgers maybe he's done. He's a guy that could maybe step in and be a lot more productive than a Zach Wilson, than a Tim Boyle. Like this is real Joe Flacco, arguably, but Joe Flacco last year was unbelievable for the Browns. Excuse me. So I like what this could mean in a long term sense, not long term dynasty sense, for some of those main assets in Jets organization. Obviously, Garrett Wilson, Reese, obviously now Malachi Corley as well. Who will the Eagles pick? Potentially Malik Washington? Insane. Talking about him for all day today. Any QB on a 53 drafted by you in deep leagues. Yeah, you got it. You have to. You might as well. Look, I could see the Eagles. No, I couldn't. Not with Kenny Pickett. Although, watch this be Joe Milton now. Watch the Eagles draft Joe Milton. But yeah, if 64, if you know two are on average are going to start per each team, why not? Oh, there's a Michigan guy, Trevor Keegan. Why didn't the Chargers take him? All right. I'll take a Michigan lineman. Absolutely. I assume a good run blocker. Let's go. Decent. Okay, 70 scores. Well, look, we're not looking for, not going to be 80, 85, 90 scores. NFL Next Gen Stats drafts. A second team All Big Ten. Let's go. I'll take it. Give me Trevor Keegan. $37 of 44, all left guard. So interesting. He could be more of a right guard potentially. 0 sacks allowed in 372 pass block snaps. Like that a lot. Fortifying the trenches. Let's go. Who's first team All Big Ten in 2022? Okay, music to my ears. Let's go. All right, Jets though might be your receiver team here. Do they go Johnny Wilson? Do they go back to back Florida State players? Who's going to win the Super Bowl? Look, Theo, man, you're saying it, not me, so I can't jinx. I can't say that I was the jinx. Liking what I'm seeing though so far. Liking what I'm seeing. And with Lori, Howie, I mean, they want to be an offensive. They want to be an offensive force, a juggernaut. So you see the moves, the actions, solidifying for a dynasty sense. A long term That's the plan, to be a formidable offense and show up the defense with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean and now Trotter. Oh my God. Jalix Hunt, project defender. Some upside though. We're rolling. We're rolling. In the offseason, at least. EJ's top available. There's 2 top 100 guys. Even Lachlan considered. Yep. Talking about Malik Washington, Rhett Lewis. There's Brendan Rice there. Mekhi Wingo. That's right. We haven't even heard Mekhi Wingo yet, who's a really good athletic freak. Brees Hall being 6 yards short of the 1,000 rushing yards is crazy. MJD, a big Will Shipley guy, keeps talking about a smart pick by the Eagles. Bucky Brooks saying, Will Shipley, Christian McCaffrey light? Really? Tied for the most draft day trades by a team since 1990. Eagles making so many draft day trades. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unreal. Do we see... I think we see a receiver and a running back within these next 4 picks. The Cowboys, I just think they gotta pick a running back. They haven't even agreed to a deal with Zeke, or maybe they just know they're going to, but still, even just adding Zeke, that's it. The Jets go Isaiah Davis. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Isaiah Davis, sleeper. Well, it's carnage for Braylon Allen. It's Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis. What is going on? And they take him away from the Cowboys. It's just crazy. It's crazy. This is wild. Wild. It's the battle of who's going to be RB2. Unreal. My sleeper, love Isaiah Davis. And of course, he goes, a guy I would have loved to see have a really big role. It's behind Brees Hall. And some people have Shipley. Yeah, there's a lot of Shipley fans out there. It's just the theme. Look, the limit. It's such limited upside with every one of these running backs, bar a couple. The guys that were at the top, really. And we'll see what happens even a year. Because turnover, obviously, knock on wood. And I mean, there's potential injuries to be. I mean, we'll see. Just doesn't look great. It's going to be a lot of receivers. Going to be effectively, look, in the last mock I did, half of the round. If you're 4 rounds, 12 teams, 48 picks. If it's shallower, half the picks are going to be receivers. Half. So of course, Isaiah Davis goes right before. In a way, I'm glad, but in a way, I'm not. It's, I guess, in a fantasy sense, I'm like juggling. It's mental gymnastics here. I think the Jets feel with this Isaiah Davis pick, they're figuring out one way or another. They're gonna get the backup. They're gonna get the true backup, a competent player at least, to spell Brees Hall once or twice in a drive, and potentially be okay in the event that Brees Hall isn't there in a game or two. All right, Cowboys. Who's it going to be? Are they going to go Malik Washington here? I could see Malik Washington to the Cowboys. All right. Cowboys. Who's it going to be? Cowboys. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? Maybe Dylan Laube. Your guy, Theo. Look, a guy I think will get picked at some point, a real deep sleeper, Dylan Johnson. Dylan Johnson. Washington really just workman-like, always on the field there. When he was hobbled, dealing with injury, I mean, it really, I think, affected Washington ultimate playoff, falling just short. Dylan Johnson, a guy who I think has a little bit of receiving potential upside, but more so just as a really solid between the tackles runner. Who's it gonna be, Dallas? Who's it gonna be, Dallas? Juan Jackson, possibly. Tulane, a nice Senior Bowl from him. Is it Michael Pratt, possibly going to go quarterback route? A signal that Dak, maybe we're not so committed to signing into a long term. Although I think, look, Trey Lance, that would be interesting. Imagine Trey Lance finally gets his true start, true opportunity. All right, Dallas Cowboys. It's going to be some announcement, I guess, because it's taken so long. Just have to go to commercial too. What do we got? Cowboys 29.9 points per game at the NFL. Well, how did that turn out in the playoffs? Cowboys, who we got? We're doing it live. Of course, we're doing it live. Mexico City. Who we got? We got They go defensive back, so the running back dream is just kick kick the can. It's unreal. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. The guy that I know, Connor Rogers, NFL Stock Exchange, shout those guys. Again, Keelan Carson. Believer in him. Gerard Mayo going to join the Patriots. Head coach of the Patriots, Gerard Mayo, is going to join the NFL set. That's interesting. Piggy's in. The Saints. Jets on the clock. What do we got? All right, who are we going to wrap up the 5th round of the NFL draft with? Chase Young, interesting, under the radar. Maybe not under the radar, given the profile of Chase Young. 2nd overall pick in a draft not too many years ago. From Chris Olave, 87, 1,100, 5 touchdowns, career highs. Eventually bound for an even bigger year when Spencer Rattler takes over that New Orleans starting job one way or another. All right. Drake May. Asking what made them stick and pick Drake May. Jaylen Ford. Jaylen Ford of the Saints out of Texas. Who will the Jets take? Who will the New York Jets? They've been dipping in offense here. Jordan Travis, Malik Washington, maybe here, but Jordan Travis, Isaiah Davis, most recently. All right. Who is New York wrapping it up with? A 100 tackles each of the last 2 seasons for Jaylen Ford. Would be a really good special teamer. Who are the Jets poised to take? Okay. All right. Pick is in for the New York Football Jets. All right. Andre Polk. That looks decent. Looks a lot better than what it did. Weaponry. Polk. Baker. All right. Talking about Mac Jones and his past as a quarterback with. All right. Okay. I think Drake May, interesting. Look, I think Drake May, if not week 1, it'll be week 2, week 3, week 4. Drake May, let the narratives build. And for you to get value, we touched on it, Theo, at this towards the beginning of the stream. Capturing on that value at the one, if it slips to the 105, 106, 107, don't overthink. Don't overthink it. All right. The Jets are clearly making the pick somewhere, given it's taken this long. The Jets select Quantez, the guy from the Toronto Argonauts from the Canadian Football League. Wow, what a way to end 5th round. Unreal. Unreal. It's just recapping. I mean, we had 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess the NFL just giving out. It's just giving itself out. And with that, it was an awesome run today. Rounds 4 and 5. That's really the fantasy relevant players that are going to be in rookie drafts. I think we'll see maybe 1 or 2 picks, 1 or 2 free agents that maybe make some noise. Maybe some teams, the Cowboys, pick a running back. We'll see. But with that, Thanks, Theo. Thanks, WWE. Thank you, everybody who's watched this, tuned in live or tuned in watching on replay. It means the world. Means the support means more than you can imagine. We're only going up from here. We're only improving slowly but surely. Have a great rest of your weekend. Peace.